They're all on the gate there, off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Hard Performer splitting rivals and going out for the lead. Well suited towards his inside bolt to run. Outside in second, then in fourth. That is Renaissance Man. Airborne Elite in some tight quarters. Also getting bumped there a little bit was Well Suited. And 3 lengths to Not For Nothing taking up residency at the tail of the field. 6.5 furlongs to go. Hard Performer has the lead by a length and a half. Renaissance Man up into second. Bolt to Run, 3 wide third. Airborne Elite settles in the fourth spot, 3 lengths off the lead. A length back to Well Suited, who's about 3 lengths in front of Not For Nothing, who's in no hurry at the back. First quarter, 24 3/5 up the backstretch. Hard Performer leads by a length. Bolt to Run to the outside of Renaissance Man, second and third. Airborne Elite able to sneak on through towards the inside fourth, a length and a half, 2 off the lead. Well Suited races in fifth, and 4 lengths to Not For Nothing, who trails. The half and 49 seconds, they're on the far turn. Hard Performer with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by a little over a length. Renaissance Man outside second. Airborne Elite needs some racing room. In third, 2 lengths off the lead. Well Suited races in fourth. Bolt to Run shuffle fifth, and Not For Nothing passes that one, but goes about 5 or 6 wide into the home stretch. It's Hard Performer, the first to face us. Airborne Elite gets that coveted racing room and fires right on through, and Airborne Elite has the lead with 1 furlong to go. Well Suited outside in second. Renaissance Man third. Not For Nothing outside in fourth. 16th to go. Airborne Elite. Well Suited not giving up on the outside. Well Suited. Airborne Elite. Airborne Elite. Well Suited. Good photo finish there. Head bobber in the 2 minutes at 1:27 p.m. This field is set for a start. And they're off. Great start. Connor's Turn accelerates out for the front end. Beck's Dreamer flashing early speed. The Brown Egg sticks his end in between horses. Up into third, now up into second, contending for the top spot. Same Old Story wants to get over from the outside post, but will be stuck out widest around that first turn. The back markers, 10-run rules to the inside of Broken Record, and Same Old Story has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. The Brown Egg has the lead as they get ready to transition to the backstretch by a length and a half. Connor's Turn rates in second. Beck's Dreamer in the clear at this point in time in third. Then a length back to 10-run rule in fourth. Broken Record in some heavy traffic. 3 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. And at the back, Same Old Story, but well compact. 4 lengths from head to tail as they race to the half-mile pole. The Brown Egg lets it out a notch, leads a length and a half. Beck's Dreamer does not let that one get away in second. Broken Record up the inside third. Then it's Same Old Story to the outside of Connor's Turn, fourth and fifth. And then about 5 lengths to 10-run rule, who's dropped back to the tail of the field. About 2.5 furlongs to go. The Brown Egg has a lead by just about a length. Beck's Dreamer nudged upon to keep up in second. Same Old Story, Broken Record, third and fourth. Many lengths back to Connor's Turn in fifth. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, the Brown Egg, the first to face us. Broken Record will attempt to squeeze on through towards the inside. Now angles to the outside second, but 3 lengths off the lead of the Brown Egg. Beck's Dreamer races in third. Same Old Story stands side fourth. They run to the 16th pole. The Brown Egg seems to have the measure of this field. The Brown Egg leads by 4.5. The Brown Egg breaks the maiden today. Broken Record second. Third, Beck's Dreamer fourth. For wagering, post time race 3 in 21 minutes at 1:59 p.m. And they're off. Decent start. It's Skytown and Detail Oriented. Detail Oriented spurts out for the early lead. Skytown, Connors outside. And then it's Rideshare at the fence up into second. Skytown third. 3 lengths to Honor for Mandan, who trails the field. Detail Oriented has the lead. Rideshare tries to probe through at the fence in second. Skytown in the clear outside third. Now up into second as Rideshare now shuffle third. 2.5 lengths to Honor for Mandan, who trails. First quarter, 22 4/5. 2.5 furlongs to go. Detail Oriented leads by 2.5 lengths. Skytown under pressure in second. Rideshare is in third, and Honor for Mandan a distant fourth and deep on the course at the back. 3/16 left to travel, and it's Detail Oriented in charge. Detail-oriented with 1 furlong to go has the lead by about 9 lengths. Skytown and Rideshare in a battle for second, Honor for Mend in fourth. In deep stretch, it's detail-oriented, a cut above the rest. Skytown gets second over Rideshare. $5.92 the winning mutual, double $29.24, exacta $7.60. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 1. And they're off. A glorious start. October Bliss zips out for the lead. Alert of Money rates in second. Whiskey Friends in the third spot. And a couple lengths back to the back three. Ring Good, Eric from Miami, and Street Cop Officer. As they lead into that first turn, October Bliss is on the point, has lead by a length and a half. Allure of Money off the inside, second. Whiskey Friends in third. Ring Good saves all the ground towards the inside, fourth. 2 lengths off the lead. And then it's Street Cop Officer will be widest up the backstretch and is to the outside of Eric from Miami. Tightly bunched, 5.5 furlongs to go. October Bliss, first quarter, 24 4/5. October Bliss has a lead by a length and a half, too. Allure of Money and Whiskey Friends outside second and third. And then a length and a half back to Street Cop Officer deep on the course in fourth. Ring Goods in second last, and Eric from Miami in some traffic at the back of the pack and about 6 lengths off the lead. The half and 49 3/5 on to the far turn. October Bliss makes it a 3 furlong dash for home. The lead's 3 lengths over Allure of Money and Whiskey Friends, second and third. Street Cop Officer wide around both turns in fourth, and it's Eric from Miami who's splitting horses nicely up into the top 4, 5 lengths off the lead, and Ring Good trails the field. All the meanwhile, it's October Bliss's race to win or lose on the front end. Has the lead by 4 lengths. Allure of Money is in second. Eric from Miami is on the outside, now up into second, but still 5 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. It's October Bliss who's got this race won. October Bliss stole this race on the front end. Eric from Miami second. Allure of Money third. Ring Good fourth. Laura Griffin McDermott red October Bliss. $7.16 the winning mutual, double $34.98, exacta $21.54. Trifecta $11.34, times super $6.85, pick 3 $25.45. Fifth, they're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. Don Antonio hustled out for the lead. Muazara towards the fence. Here's Samurai Legacy on the outside. Samurai Legacy, Muazara first and second. Father Walsh emerges third. Don Antonio outside of him in fourth. Bustino Santino's in fifth. 6 lengths off the lead, a gap of 4. Rockables to the inside of Invaluable Will. And 2 lengths to America's Justice, who's in the 8th and trailing position and about 14 lengths off the lead. On to the turn, Samurai Legacy and Muazara, hounded by Father Walsh, who's saving all the ground in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Bustino Santino to the inside of Don Antonio, fourth and fifth. Invaluable Will deep on the course in 6 and 7 lengths off the lead. And then it's Rockables towards the inside. America's Justice still trails the field as they reach the top of the home stretch. Muazara comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths. Father Walsh is in second. Bustino Santino, Rockable, and Invaluable Will third, fourth, and fifth. 16th to go. Muazara the leads 4 lengths. Father Walsh, Rockable, second and third outside Bustino Santino, but Muazara is in front at the finish. Father Walsh second. Old Victory Wagering. Post time, race number 6. In 19 minutes at 3:34 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Sunflower Alley, Trinity River. Here's Connect and Cruise up into second. As dropping back there is Sunflower Alley. Third place, Always Packin', a length and a half back to King Silky Melky to the inside of Propitious. And then 2 lengths back to Start the Day, who's about 3 lengths in front of Sunflower Alley, who's at the tail of the field. As they make the entry into the turn, Trinity River and Connect and Cruise, these 2 in tandem as they make the entry into the turn. Always Packing White Blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead, goes to the 3 wide side. Propitious in the 4 path in fourth, a length and a half off the lead. 5 lengths back to start the day. He's 2 lengths in front of King Silky Melky, and Sunflower Alley's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Always Packin' and Propitious now first and second. Trinity River and Connect and Cruise drop back, and then it is Start the Day as they got 1 furlong to go. Always Packin' and Propitious. These two nip and tuck as they pass the 16th pole. Third place Start the Day. They're in deep stretch. Propitious and Always Packin'. Propitious with the advantage. Propitious wins by a half over Always Packin'. Then it was race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:05 p.m. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Troubled Luck with a great start goes out for the lead. It's Evening Edge on the far outside. Ruby's Missions at the fence in third. And then it's Mind of Gold's in fourth. In Traffic having the check. Pleasant Dreams in mid-pack and about 6 off the lead. And then it's Rochelle Mybel passing In Traffic and Pure Elegance in the 8th in trailing position and about 9 lengths off the lead. It's Evening Edge who's on top. The lead's 3 lengths over Troubled Luck in second. Third place, Mind of Gold. Ruby's Mission, the gray in fourth. 4 lengths to Rochelle Mybel, who's a half length in front of Pleasant Dreams. Then it's Pure Elegance second last, and In Traffic's at the back of the pack. As they race to the half-mile pole, Evening Edge on top, the lead's a length and a half. Troubled Luck gets off the inside second. Then it's Mind of Gold who tracks in third. 3 lengths to Ruby's Mission in fourth. Another 3 lengths to Pure Elegance. And then it's In Traffic from last up into sixth, passing the back markers, Rochelle Mybel and Pleasant Dreams. The half was in 49 seconds, midway on the turn. It's Evening Edge trying to fend off Troubled Luck, and they're clear by 7 lengths. Mind of Gold to the outside of Ruby's Mission, third and fourth. Then in fifth, Pure Elegance. Many lengths back to In Traffic, sixth as they turn into the stretch. Troubled Luck takes over the lead. Troubled Luck has headed Evening Edge and upper stretch. There's no really any other serious threat. 1 furlong to go. Troubled Luck opens up by 6. Evening Edge in second. Then the battle for third. Pure Elegance has passed Ruby's Mission for the third spot, but an easy winner, Troubled Luck. Give Luis Perez 2 on the card. Evening Edge holds second over Pure Elegance. Then it was Ruby's Mission. $7.82. Trifecta $15.89. Super $6.93. 8th and final Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta. And they're off. It's Plex sent to the offensive by jockey Jose Baez. Percy in the 2-path in second, So Spirited at the fence. Just a Guy is 3 wide. New Matthew will be 4 wider on that first turn. And then it is American Halide to the inside of Doha Desert. Fast Amendments at the tail of the field, but only about 7.5 lengths off the lead. Percy's on the point, has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Plex. Just a Guy and New Matthew line up outside second, third, and fourth. So Spirited drafting behind horses in fifth. A length back to Doha Desert. White Blinkers 6, 4 off the lead. 3 lengths back to American Halide, who's about 3 lengths in front of Fast Amendment at the back. First quarter mile, 24 2/5 up the backstretch. It's Percy on top. The lead's a length and a half. Plex, Yellow Silks outside second. So Spirited saved every ounce of ground in third. Then a few more lengths back to American Halide, improving in fourth, passing Just a Guy. Fast Amendment is towards the inside into the top 5, 8 lengths off the lead. New Matthew is in sixth, then in seventh. That is Just a Guy, and many lengths back to Doha Desert, who trails the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Percy. Percy has a lead by a length and a half, too, over So Spirited, who hugs the inside in second. American Halide down the center of the course in third. Fast Amendments in fourth, but 8 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Percy who has a lead by 3.5. Over So Spirited outside second. Then it's American Halide and Fast Amendment, but it's Percy. Percy give jockey Luis Perez a riding triple. Second, So Spirited. Close for third. American Halide to the outside of Fast Amendment. $9.02 the winning mutual. Double. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes. No changes in race 1. Race number 2. Jockey change at number 3, Secord, to Ramon Mulero. Ramon Mulero on number 3, Secord in the second. Race 3. Jockey change at number 6, K Road, to Luis Perez. Luis Perez at number 6, K Road in race 3. Fourth race, there are no changes. No changes in race 4. Skip to the 5th. Race 5 got a quartet of scratches. Scratch number 2, Saratoga Banker. Number 7, Can You Hear Me Running? Number 8, Storm and Sammy. And number 10, Solo's Fury. Saratoga Banker, Can You Hear Me Running? Storm and Sammy, Solo's Fury. 2, 7, 8, 10, all scratch for the 5th. Race 6. Scratch number 7, Stop the Spread. Number 7, Stop the Spread, a scratch from race number 6. Race number 7. Jockey change at number 6, Ielfgar, to Luis Perez. Luis Perez at number 6, Ielfgar in the 7th. 8th and final, there are no changes. That's a look at scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Want to let everyone know, just like on Monday, if you are a DRF.com member, Daily Racing Form, DRF's what is the website, you can get free online past performances for today's card. Now, it's online only, so don't be bothering the people selling the forms on track. Online only offer free past performances for the Finger Lakes card for today. Go to drf.com to get those past performances or sign up. Got about 51 minutes to race number 1, Handicapping with Dave. We'll be next. Have fun and good luck.
right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice for another great day of racing. Nice day out there today. Good day for it. We got 8 races on this Wednesday card as we'll conclude the race week. Man, yesterday, if you were a deep closer, forget it. I mean, it was a strong speed bias, one of the strongest we've had in years. You want to take your notes from yesterday. Some of the horses that did try to come off the pace. I believe speed was something like 6 for 8. Something like that is really was tough to catch the speed horses. Louis Perez took full advantage of a strong rider. He had 3 victories on the card. Oscar Gomez also with a couple victories on the card. You see who the aggressive riders are, and they took full advantage. I think Louis Perez swept the late double. You won't see a horse win any easier. I don't think it mattered the racetrack with troubled luck. That horse was under wraps for like the last 16th of a mile. And then came back with Percy. Percy stepped up because of the way the track was playing, got a clear lead, and just the speed was not coming back at all. Kind of something to keep an eye on today, how this track will play, because it really does factor in to the handicapping. And I think it was Oscar Gomez who had the only one. I think it was for Ronnie Breed, the only horse that actually closed to get the victory. See if we could get a couple closers today. Depends on the pace flow in a lot of these races. See if it evens out a little bit during the card. First race, we are going to go a flat mile. 1 mile the distance for race number 1. Exacta Super Daily Double, and the early pick 5 starts with the first. Kind of looking this race over, didn't really like this horse at first, and then I kind of dove in a little bit, and after watching a couple of the replays of the horse's races, I kind of liked her a little more. I know she beat up on an easier field last time. It was the below bottom 4,000s. But I looked back to the race before when she faced My Sweet Adeline, who's in this race. She got the worst of it trying to circle around. They bumped a lot, and My Sweet Adeline ended up drawing away from her at the end. But again, I thought she might have got the worst of it as far as the early part of her trip. She was forced to check a little bit early. It just seemed like she was checking multiple times, and she was kind of on heels early, and then kind of moved up wide, sensing the pace was a little slower, and she was forced to chase from there. Had a lot left, but kind of forced the hand of My Sweet Adeline, who was in between horses when she went up wide, and the two of them just battled. And keep in mind, she was coming off a little bit of a break before that race, and then last time on the cutback, just beat up on easier. So she steps back up to 5. She's looking to get revenge on My Sweet Adeline, who beat her that day. And I do think that she's going to be able to turn the tables today, because you do see the improvement, even though it was a sprint last time. You do see the improvement from that race where she was off a little bit of a break before that. I'm going to lean towards her on top. Yeah, My Sweet Adeline, what can you say? She beat her that day. It was in a lifetime condition. It was her only race over the track. Hard not to like her. She may even be the one that's bet down to be a favorite because she beat Dulce Serra. I just think that Dulce Serra is going to turn the tables. This horse was running against some good competition at Gulfstream, and running competitively, you can make a strong case that even their lifetime conditions are tougher than what she'll face here at the 5,000s. But she looks to make it 2 in a row. Wouldn't be a surprise. It is a little time since the last race, which is maybe a little bit of a concern how long between races here, but she should be tough in here. Cozy Magic, how good is this horse? I mean, you look at last year, she was running against allowance horses. Seemed like they were just kind of jamming her in to get her eligible to run back for the waiver claim, but that wasn't the case. She came back in a sprint tighter and did okay. But then I expect her to win a lot easier than what she did last time. She just got up to get the victory. Now, she might be taking some time to get fit and rounding into form, and that might be the case here. One of the best angles here for betting horses is a sprint and 2 routes. You get to that third start of the year with a sprint and 2 routes, they usually run their best race. So she's against it a little bit as if it's like yesterday. But you look at the pace scenario here. The speed does come from the 4, Tasty Wave. I guess the question is Tasty Wave good enough to go all the way on the front end, even if the track is a strong speed bias like it was yesterday? I guess we'll find out from the first race how this track is playing, because if Tasty Wave just gets the lead and keeps going, that's probably the case. Go 3-6-2. All right, second race goes to mile 70, a maiden race for fillies and mares. Some question marks in here. I had a tough time going against Fancy Footwork off of a decent effort last time. I know the horse was a beaten favorite when running against the special weights, but keep in mind, they bet her heavy, but one thing about some of these horses, they look like they're so much better than the field. They have a big class edge, but they're off the layoff. Those are vulnerable favorites. But you got to think that she's going to run better second start off the layoff. I mean, she's going a route. I know she's coming out of tougher races. I mean, those 2-year-old races that she was up against at Saratoga, where she's in the top 4. She's running against some real bears in those races. So I can understand everybody betting her last time, but you can also see the excuse that she didn't win because it was the layoff. And if that's the case, that she might have needed the race, I don't think they're going to beat her today. But again, there's a couple real solid rivals in here that she's got to worry about. Number one is, you got the 5, Grit and Glitter. Grit and Glitter has faced some tough competition as well in New York. Was under Mark Henning there. Now will be under Donna Beretta. But she's competitive against the maiden claimers. That you got to think that she'll be competitive against our maiden special weights. Got to use her. Probably the main threat. Slice Away's probably a better turf horse than a dirt horse, but her couple of starts that she's had here at Finger Lakes, she's run some decent numbers, and she was competitive against our main special weights. Keep in mind, one of those races was against the boys when she was here. It was against male competition. Well, I think half the field were fillies. That's how it goes with our 2-year-olds sometimes. If when we run the route races, or sometimes our first couple of races. Still waiting. We'll probably get our first 2-year-old races here soon, I would think. But the 2 starts at Finger Lakes are actually good. She hit the board in both of them. One of them was a mix of fillies and boys, I should say, and the other one was over a good racetrack. I don't know on a fast dirt track if she's going to run her best race, but she still might be good enough to beat this field. I got her for third, 1, 5, and 6. Again, I do think that she's probably a better turf horse, though. But we are off the turf today. All right, let's go to the third. It is a never won 3 claiming condition, 11-9 the claiming price, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, I mean, you look at the outside horse. She got a trip over the track, and the pace flow just didn't favor her. When you look at the winner, it was a tough field for the 11-9. Of course, so is this one. You look at the rivals in here. There's a couple of them you can throw out, but it's a solid race. And I've noticed that our lifetime 11-9s are probably the only condition this year that are tougher than last year. I think most of the conditions are easier when you look at the buyer par and the quality of competition. But these 11-9s have been coming up really tough. They're almost like allowance races. Used to think that the allowance, the now-ers of 3 and now-ers of 2, and it used to be this way, drop into the 11-9 was a solid drop. You could win that race. Nowadays it's a little more difficult, where you're going to see some of these horses dropping all the way to the bottom from the allowance because this 11-9 comes up so tough. With that said, Savvy Sunset was running against even tougher in New York, and the pace flow kind of beat her last time. And she goes the same distance, 6 furlongs, got the outside post, does have some tactical speed that she could do whatever she wants from out there. Not a ton of speed inside of her, so she should be relatively forwardly placed, maybe even with the speed in this race, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of it. And when you look at it, that might be an advantage for this horse. When you talk about a speed favored racetrack yesterday and no real speed types in this race, she may take the initiative from out there. With that said, I like the chances if she does that. The 5-horse Troubler, I mean, this is a $250,000 horse. That's what they paid for Troubler as a 2-year-old. The dam's a half to a multiple stakes winner, was running pretty decently at Oaklawn, does show some good speed. And that's the thing. I mean, maybe they put this horse on the lead. I mean, both the two horses I like are from the same barn. Ilkay, I have to say the name, Katarachi. Forgive me if I don't say it correctly, but I think they both have a chance in here. And I got them 1-2, along with Dana Saul's K Road. Now, K Road's only start here at Finger Lakes, she looked good breaking her maiden. And she was up close. I mean, they didn't go that fast. I mean, they really slowed it down to the half for that day. Overmatched against the 20,000s at Saratoga, so she gets a drop here, moving back to Finger Lakes at the 11-9. Showed that she doesn't mind this oval, and picks up Louis Perez, who had the big day yesterday. So I'm all the way on the outside with the 7-5-6. Throw in Clara Vidente, even though I expected, she stays at the 11-9. She was claimed for 5. But she ran good on the step up in class. I think maybe, just maybe, she liked the sloppy racetrack, liked the off track. We'll see. She off the claim, she's 1 for 1, and now she gets a fast dirt racetrack. See if she can repeat that effort on the fast dirt. She could be competitive in this spot. So, gonna go with 2 horses from the same barn. 7-5. I'll throw the 6 in third. That's what it looks like. 7-5-6-1. Depending on how this pace flow goes in race number 3. Real questionable pace on a track that was really favoring speed types yesterday. All right, 4th race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, goes 6 furlongs. Yeah, I don't know about the pace flow in this race. There's not a lot of speed in here. Ring of the Rise and Jay's Love and maybe even No Factor have some speed. No Factor's got the rail. I just want Observer to have enough to run at on the drop in class. I mean, you look at her races. The race that she won when she broke her maiden is good enough, easily good enough to beat these 2 lifetime 5,000 claimers. It's not like she's running that bad the last couple. Speaking of Clara Vidente, that's who beat her last time, but also was on a sloppy racetrack. Her race before, she broke poorly. She's got excuses, the last 2 for 11, and now she'll face winners at 5,000 for the first time after only 2 times against winners at 11-9. I figure to be awfully tough in here. Again, the best horse wasn't winning yesterday, though, so it's one of those things where she does look like the best horse, but if the track's like yesterday, she might not get there. The best shot to beat her is probably the 3, Ring of the Rise, who could be the speed. If this horse didn't go that fast to be with the pace last time, they do like to be aggressive with her, and I think that's sometimes the undoing for her, because she can sit up close and win at this level. She was running against the 11-9. She dropped to 5 last time, and she just missed. I mean, Jessica rides a legitimate horse in the condition. It wasn't off track. If she gets the lead, they're not going to, Observer's going to have a tough time chasing her down. So she looks like the main threat to that one. I did use the 2 on the blink for third. If she can bounce back after really, I don't know if you want to say she was overbet or just didn't fire last time. I mean, they were betting her off the maiden victory. It wasn't a tough field. It didn't look like it was going to be a tough field. So she got a lot of backing after an easy win against maidens. So if you liked her last time, I guess the question is, do you want to come back with her today at 5? I think more underneath. I don't know if she's as good as Observer, but I'm going to use her for third. No Factor. Not sure what the tactics are going to be for No Factor. She's got the rail. There's not much speed outside of her. She has shown speed in the past. You got to go back to the end of 2024 and early 2025. She was flashing some speed early in her career. The question is, this part of her career, did she lose some of her speed? Could be. She might not have liked the slop either, and she broke badly in her last start. Her previous start really isn't that bad for 11-9. So No Factor could be a big factor in race number 4, especially if she's able to hold the rail with not a lot of speed outside of her. So my thing was, I'm going to go with a 5, 3, 2, and 1 in race number 4. It's a pretty good heat for 5,000. Remember, this race starts the pick 5. The late pick 5 does have a possible carryover. So if it's not hit, the money carries over to the next day. Well, we did get some scratches in the 5th, and they're key. We scratched the 2, Saratoga Banker. The 7, Can You Hear Me Running? That's the one I liked. That's why I say it was key. Storm and Sammy and Solo's Fury. So they did scratch a couple of the speeds out of here with Saratoga Banker and Storm and Sammy. That could be important. And also, the horse that looked like the winner, well, I don't know, maybe Olazabal could beat her anyway, but Can You Hear Me Running was taking a big drop in class going to the starter. Must have been eligible from way back, because I don't know how this horse was out. Probably ran for 5 within the last 2 years. Would have been tough. Moot Point. That one's out. I guess the question is going to be, can Olazabal beat these horses at 5.5 furlongs? We know that he's going to be 1 to 5 and would beat these horses in a rout. The question is 5.5. Keep in mind, he doesn't have as much speed at 5.5. He does have speed at 5.5, but you got to worry about Courageous Ola and Sutton Breeze at 5.5 still, as his stablemate scratch. He was going to be the other speed. But Courageous Ola is probably the inside speed now with that one scratch, unless Olazabal has enough sprint speed that he wants to send from the rail. I don't think he needs to do that. I think he needs to just stay close from his inside position. And he's just better than these horses. But as we saw yesterday, the best horse doesn't always win when you're talking about track bias, and we'll see how that plays. But I think with the scratches and facing easier today, I mean, Olazabal, they had those tougher starter conditions at 12,000. Now going back to the starter condition of 5,000 could be considered a big drop in class. But he was running pretty well, and they were going after him in those route races. It wasn't like he was able to get a clear lead in either one of them. And again, tougher competition at 12. I thought this horse ran lights out. I mean, especially his race a couple races ago for him back in early July. They really went after him, and he did some quick fractions and still held on to be second and almost won the race. That's how good this horse is going this year. He was up for Horse of the Year last year. Might be, if he wins this race, he might be up for Horse of the Year this year as well. Going really well for Rachel Sells, who's done a great job with Olazabal. The 9 Sutton Breeze was claimed for 5, so came back and won. They did a good job with this. That was a smart move. Came back off, gave a little bit of time off, and came back. Was eligible for the waiver claim. So it was a smart move. Won that race, get your money back, and then step up to face allowance horses. And it's not like, I know he's not hitting the board. Well, he did actually get put up to be third in the race, in that allowance optional claiming race, but didn't run as well in the starter. That horse race was a race he should have run well in, but he did have kind of a troubled trip, and they didn't come back to him. He wasn't as close as normal in that race. So, Perez climbs aboard. Sutton Breeze, more of a stalking trip here behind Olazabal. Could be a threat. And he's a price today. If you can forgive the last race for Sutton Breeze, and you can, you might like him a little bit at 6 to 1. The 5 horse is Emerald Forest. Looked good off the layoff. Or first, I should say, just first start over the track. really the second start this year, ran a really good second behind Saratoga Banker, and then followed it up with a victory last time, just getting up over a decent field. I mean, Sharpaz was trying to speed pop the field and try to steal it, and Emerald Forest just barely beat that rival. I thought Sharpaz ran a huge race. Yeah, it's going to sit right behind of the speed of Courageous Ola and try to chase him down. Nutsy is always fires. A little tough spot for Nutsy, but his running style, normally I don't like closers in these sprint races, especially at 5.5 furlongs, but he's one to use for third and fourth, and if they really back up, he wins. I mean, the horse just fires every single time. I don't give this horse enough credit. 1954 in race number 5. See the wind machine, we call him, the Ola Thobble. See that wins that race. Scratch the 7, stop the spread out of race number 6. That really helps 30 Oysters. I don't know if 30 Oysters is good enough, but if you're looking at the scratch and how the pace flow goes and watching yesterday's racing, you're going to be looking at that more if we continue to have front speed an advantage. But I guess when you look at it, 30 Oysters is the one that's going to be out there probably alone on the lead, but he's been stopping this year. Will he stop enough for Wild Banker to close? I liked Wild Banker last time and just didn't do it. I mean, I don't know if he's just not the same horse. I was expecting him to put in a big late run, and he just kind of ran evenly. The question is, do I give him another chance? Well, I decided to. I didn't really love anybody in here. I look at, Fiery Heart hits the board a lot. Big Rich hits the board a lot. Hasn't been winning lately. Ice Time's won 2 in a row, but against much easier. And Rockstar Rebel, his last race wasn't that good, although it was in the slop. So there's vulnerability and question marks everywhere. I might as well give this horse another chance for David Iola. He was good last year, and he does have a little bit of class on these horses, running against allowance horses. Now he moves from the starter here. It's not really a step down or anything, but he's capable. Hasn't won at this distance, but again, he has faced better competition. I'm going to give him one more chance. I'll use him on top. Big Rich, I'll use in the top 3. That's where he usually lands. He doesn't have to worry about Ola Thobble. Ola Thobble's in an earlier race. That's who he's been running behind. And Cascade Cruiser. Then runs into Freedsdale, who's going pretty good. That horse runs later this week. So Big Rich, maybe it's a case of just running against some better horses. Drops down slightly, back down to the 11 and 9. And it's hard not to use him in the top 3. Same thing with Fiery Heart, former horse of the year. Ran third last time against the same kind of competition. He doesn't mind the slop, though. But he's got a nose for the wire, but he also hits the board a lot against better horses. So he's just a solid, good runner that John Buckley puts in the right spots. And the horse was on an absolute roll going back, I think it was 2024. Started off as like a 5,000 maiden, and then just tore it up. Hard not to use Fiery Heart in this spot either. That's how good the race is. From top to bottom, you can make a case for almost everybody. Maybe Globes is a little bit of a stretch, but 30 Oysters now the main speed. Raw Courage's best race puts him right there. Ice Time, looking for 3 in a row, and Rockstar Rebel could bounce back with a good effort here too. But, Ice Time, how good is Ice Time? Numbers aren't quite good enough, but he's winning races and he's improving with his new barn. And that could be big. He's claimed for 5, put right back in for 5, and beat a pretty solid field, including a good one in Catch the Smoke. I mean, Catch the Smoke would probably be favored in here. That is, if Ice Time didn't beat him, even though he was running for 5. So it is a step up for Ice Time, stepping up to face the 11 and 9s, but he could be an improving horse that he could be up for it. 3, 6, 5, 8 in the 6. All right, let's go to the 7th. It is an allowance race, non-winners of a state bred. Goes a mile. Can I give the Niz and Torelli a shot here to win the race? I mean, he claimed the horse. They claimed the horse for 11-9. Went to Saratoga and didn't run that badly. It was from a rail post. Actually, took a right turn at the start. It took out half the field. Probably helped him more than hurt him. But he hung around and finished 4th. I thought he still ran a pretty good race against a tough group. Came here against a little bit easier last time. Well, easier condition. Wasn't that much of an easier field. I thought the field actually came up tough for the condition. I mean, you see who won it. The horse that's really sharp right now, Freesdale. And Azure Chase Me was caught wide when he tried to make his move. Plus, it was a sloppy track. Now, he hasn't missed the board on and off track, so I can't really put that as a negative. But I think the wide move probably caught up with him. It was a fast race. They went faster than 140 for the mile. It's a little bit easier field, I believe, for Azure Chase Me than the field that he faced last time. And I'm going to get him to the winner's circle today. Azure Chase Me on top. Skylar Starship, it's by Mendelssohn. Going to be a tough horse. I don't know about this distance for Skylar Starship. But he's coming off a decent effort at 6 furlongs. Just got caught at the wire in the one state bred. I guess the pace is going to be a factor here. I like him. I would put this horse on top if Brown Don't Stop wasn't in the race, but I got to think that Brown Don't Stop has got one way of going, and that's to the front end. So the question is, what is Skylar Starship going to do if the speed outside him is being aggressive and is actually faster than him? Well, I don't know. I mean, Brown Don't Stop is off a little bit of a layoff since, January? So I don't know if he's going to have his speed. I would expect him to, because that's his way of going. We'll see, but that's going to affect Skylar Starship if this horse, Brown Don't Stop, goes after him. Alfgar could be the one that wants the pace, because he's really at the mercy of the pace lately. He's just not really putting in his late kick. Even when he had a slow pace, he used to at least put in a late run and find some other excuses by checking or getting blocked behind horses. He's one that I was picking a lot and just kept getting excuses. I don't have a lot of excuses for him this year. He's just not getting there. So maybe today in the one state bred, we could wake this horse up a little bit if the pace backs up to him. Because after you get past As You Chase Me and Skylar Starship and you look at the rest of them, Alfgar's best race, or even his regular race, is better than the rest of them. Although his last couple races, he just hasn't been as good. We'll see if we can put in the late run today. And I threw in, I just don't like anybody else. I mean, Interstate looks like he could be competitive, but it looks like a little overmatched by Azure Chase Me. Prophetic steps up off a win. It looks like a tough spot for him. Cruising Cat is probably not good enough at this level. I mean, they claim the horse for 5 and really ambitiously placed. I mean, but they somehow attracted Sophia Vivas to ride this horse. She's usually on pretty live horses. Ray Sully's got a little speed for a route, so I don't know if Ray Sully's as fast as Skylar Starship or Brown Don't Stop. But again, it's hard to like him, especially when he's eligible for easier. So when you break it down like that, when you get past Azure Chase Me, Skylar Starship, and then a little bit of a stretch for Alfgar to run back to his previous races, who else are you going to like? If it's a speed track, Brown Don't Stop certainly plays. Last but not least, well, maybe least, 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. But it's been the last race that we've been catching some prices. I like that. Make sure you spread out in the last. It seems like that's. I think that's back in the day. Back in the day when I started, we used to run the superfectas in the 5th and the last, and the last race those were the races we always got the long shots. get the bigger fields and just competitive. Well, I mean, this one does look like two horses lay over the rest of them, but that doesn't always occur at 5,000. But you do have a couple drop downs. You got the one funny forecast, drop it from 11, and even a steeper drop, the 5, My Divine One, has been running against 25 and 35,000 claimers. Now, with that said, her numbers aren't that great. Talk about My Divine One. She's just been overmatched. So maybe this is where she belongs, but they wake up in a big way when they drop to 5. Funny forecast probably fits here. She hasn't been winning at 11. She's close, but like I said earlier about the 11 and 9s, the 2 lifetime and 3 lifetimes, they seem to be tougher this year. The opposite is true of the 11,000 maidens. They're not much tougher than the 5s, but they are easier than the special weights. But this year, it seems like they're easier than they were in previous years. With that said, she's coming up a third place finish at the 11 and 9, so it isn't really a big drop. But this is a well-bred horse by Practical Joke. I think she wins this race. She's just better than the rest of them. But the wild card is the 5, My Divine One. How good is she on the drop in class? You got to think that with the drop, she's going to get a lot of play, and she should be awfully tough in here. You got to use both of them on the class. Now, if neither one of them fire, somebody's got to win the last race. These two are going to get most of the play. Let's face it. They're going to get most of the play. Crystal, you can make a case for on the numbers, but are you going to put this horse on top? What is she, 0 for 31 with a lot of seconds? One of these days she's going to break through. Maybe today is the day if neither one of these drop downs have it. Crystal's numbers are actually as good as the 2 drop downs. She's good enough to beat this field, numbers-wise. Does she want to? That's the question. So I threw in Frosty Smile because I simply don't like anybody else. Maybe Lady of Mercia I might have used for 3rd or 4th. Jackie Davis won the last race the other day with a 30-1 shot, and then ran 2nd with a price yesterday. So I think Jackie's good in the last. But Frosty Smile, this is a 3rd full out of that Arches Smile. A lot of those smiles, you had the Drosselmiles Smile, all those smiles were good horses, all stakes horses. Well, Arches Smile is a half to a few of those. But this is the 3rd full out of Arches Smile. And unfortunately, the first 2 are 1 for 14. Maybe that's why she's in for 5. And I never liked first-time starters for 5, but this barn wins at 5,000 and doesn't have a problem putting in first-time starters in for 5,000, and they do well. So I don't like anybody else, so I'm going to throw the firster into the number. Pretty good logic in today's last race. Enjoy today's card. Some chances to make money. Remember, pick 5 starting the 1st and the 4th with the 8-race card. We have a handicapping contest. It's not that far away. I believe it's the 24th. I think that's a Monday. Want to get here for that? It's free to enter with your Ember Rewards card. We continue live racing, though. We don't have live racing for a little while. Get a little bit of a break until Monday. But Monday's first race will be at 12:55, and I will see you again then.
On the track, first race here at Finger Lakes. Post parade time. Number 1, Love Thyself and Jose Baez. Number 2, Cozy Magic, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Dolce Syrah, Luis Perez. Number 4, Tasty Wave, Jackie Davis up. Number 5, Turn Up the Music, Evan Navarro. And number 6, My Sweet Adeline, Cabercoa in the irons. Track is fast. First race in just a few minutes. Turn up the music. My Sweet Adeline, Tasty Wave, Tasty Wave, Cozy Magic, Love Thyself. Love one another. Don't. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 1 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have made their way to the gate for race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile. Want to remind everyone, if you're hearing my voice in simulcast land, if you're a DRF.com member, you can get free pass performances for today's card here at Finger Lakes. Just go online, sign up at DRF.com, or just log into your account and get those free pass performances for today's car. That's an online offer only, obviously. 8-5 favorite, number 3, Dolce Syrah. 5-2 on number 6, My Sweet Adeline. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Love Thyself wastes no time and gets that early lead. Tasty Wave and My Sweet Adeline outside second and third. Dolce Syrah hugs the inside, saving all the ground. Turn Up the Music's in second last and is the outside of Cozy Magic at the tail of the field. The pace is controlled about 6.5 from top to bottom as they navigate that first turn. Love Thyself has a lead by 3 parts of a length, now a half length over one of the grays. Tasty Wave outside second. Dolce Syrah tucked in along the inside in a joint third with My Sweet Adeline. Turn Up the Music wide as up the backstretch. 2 by 3 up the backstretch, and then about 4 lengths to Cozy Magic in the 6th and trailing position. First quarter mile, 26 seconds. Now the pace picks up. It's Love Thyself who has a lead by a neck over Tasty Wave, pressuring outside in second. Dolce Syrah tries to probe through at the fence in third. My Sweet Adeline outside 4. Turn Up the Music's in 5th, and at the back, that is Cozy Magic about 10 lengths off the lead, the half in 51 seconds. They're on the far turn. Dolce Syrah from third up into the lead. Love Thyself shaking up in second. Tasty Wave as well in third. A length and a half to My Sweet Adeline in fourth, and 7 lengths back to Turn Up the Music and Cozy Magic as they reach the top of the stretch. Dolce Syrah running away from the field has the lead by 8 lengths over Love Thyself, fully extended second. My Sweet Adeline now up into third. Tasty Wave in fourth. 16th to go. Dolce Syrah was in a league of her own today. Dolce Syrah, under a complete hand ride, wins this race impressively. Love Thyself second. My Sweet Adeline third. Tasty Wave fourth. 3164, Dolce Syrah first. Time for the mile, 140.22. To the winner's circle, number 3, Dolce Syrah. Kentucky bred, 7-year-old bay mare by Race Day at a prompter. Mark Ferraro is the trader. Michael Ferraro, the owner, excuse me. Michael is the trader. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Spendthrift Farm, bred Dolce Syrah. There we go. First race official, 380 the winning mutual. Exacta 1040, trifecta $9.18, dime super $18.07. Second race at Finger Lakes, jockey change to number 3, Secord Ramon Mulero. Exacta trifecta superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering, post time race 2 in about 22 minutes at 1:26 p.m. On Monday, August 24th, our next handicapping challenge is on track at Finger Lakes. On Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. It's free to join. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member. That's our rewards program here at Finger Lakes. $1,000 to first. Top 3 finishers get some cash. I think there was over 160 entrants in our first handicapping challenge. So if you get going, have a good chance to come home with some money. That's our handicapping challenge, Monday, August 24th, here at Finger Lakes. Did have a claim in the first race, number 3, Dolce Syrah. New owner Andy Stronick, Linda Dixon, new trainer. Dolce Syrah claimed out of the first.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and no doubt about that winner in the first race. Dulce Sarah, they could have run around again, and horse would have won. Luis Perez, who had the big day yesterday, he gets the victory for Michael S. Ferraro. How about the horse yesterday for Michael S. Ferraro, winning in a hand ride? That one, kind of the same type of victory as these horses for the Ferraro barn, really firing in a big way. No doubt about it. Second race, Fillies and Mares, goes a mile and 70. Look to the inside with the one, Fancy Footwork. Comes off a second place finish. First race over the track. First race of the season off the layoff since November. Was bet down to be the favorite, and understandably so. I mean, she was going against some really nice 2-year-olds at Saratoga and at Churchill. So they bet her down, and she actually ran well. It was her first start of the year, and she's going a mile. You got to think that she's going to be even sharper second start off the layoff. Very well-bred horse by Curlin out of Unbridled Song. And if she does improve at all off of that race, they probably won't beat her. She's at odds of 2 to 5. Still some ifs there. The 5-horse is Grit and Glitter. She arrives to Finger Lakes for the first time. She ran third in her last race for Mark Hennig. Now she arrives here for Donna Beretta. Another horse pretty decently bred by Accelerate. She's got good form against the state-bred maiden claimers, so this should be a good spot for her. That if Fancy Footwork doesn't have it, she'd probably be the main threat. Although she's at 5 to 1. Of course, they're all going to be higher odds because the one is at 2 to 5. Slice Away is getting a lot of play, though. She's at 3 to 1. I guess the question with Slice Away is the fast dirt racetrack, is she as good? I mean, she runs better on the turf. She's running on the turf at Gulfstream and running second against the maidens there, although the restricted 3-year-olds are still better maidens than these. She did run third on a good racetrack her last start here, and her previous start was as a 2-year-old. She ran third in a decent 2-year-old race. So her numbers aren't as good on the dirt, but maybe good enough here at Finger Lakes that she's competitive. She's hit the board in both starts that she's appeared here, but I thought she might get a little overbet because of it. But again, she's competitive, and if Fancy Footwork doesn't have it, she's another one that could be the threat. And I think they're betting it right here. The one's a big favorite, and the 5 and 6 are the only two that are getting some play, and really the only other two that could be win threats in this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the second. We did have one rider change. Got Malero on the 3, Secord.
horses coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Fancy Footwork and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is Alarcity, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Secord, Ramon Valero is the jockey change. Number 4, Wayward Queen, Jackie Davis, got a leg up. Number 5, Grit and Glitter, Jeremias Flores. And number 6 is Slice Away, Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 2 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the second race from Finger Lakes. Got a huge favorite, 2-5, number 1 Fancy Footwork, second last time out at Finger Lakes. In a maiden special weight race, 3-1, number 6 Slice Away. Wayward Queen, she goes into line. Grit and Glitter. And Slice Away. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a tangled start for Secord. It's Slice Away who jets out for the lead. Wayward Queen's in second. Fancy Footwork was out to about the 3 path, now back towards the rail as Grit and Glitter's a little bit headstrong and 3 wide around that first turn. Larcity's also ranking and is to the inside of Secord at the back as they sort themselves out. It's Slice Away is on top with 6.5 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length. Wayward Queen prompting outside second, 1.5 lengths to Grit and Glitter third. Fancy Footwork tucked in along the inside in fourth, then 3 lengths back to Larcity, who's about a half length in front of Secord, who trails. First quarter mile clicked off in 25 3/5. Slice Away. Warry's got a nice hold of this one up the backstretch, taking a look back for the competition, probably to take a look at where the big favorite Fancy Footwork is at, and Slice Away has the lead by a half length with a half mile to go. Wayward Queen second. Grit and Glitter is committed to go 3 wide into the turn in third. Fourth place, Fancy Footwork, and about 4.5 lengths off the lead, then a space of 4 to Larcity's 1.5 lengths in front of Secord. The half in 50 4/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. Slice Away has the lead by a half length over Wayward Queen. Fancy Footwork, 3 wide, under a drive, and 4 lengths off the lead in third. A few more lengths back to Grit and Glitter fourth as they turn into the stretch, and Worry says go on Slice Away, and Slice Away opens up by 4. Fancy Footwork is now up into second. Third place, Wayward Queen, 1 furlong to go. It's Slice Away on top, but Fancy Footwork hitting her best stride on the outside. Slice Away and Fancy Footwork, it's Fancy Footwork, the favorite, who prevails over Slice Away. Then it was Wayward Queen and Grit and Glitter. 1645, number 1, Fancy Footwork, first. Mile 70 yards, 146.13. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Fancy Footwork. Kentucky bred 3-year-old gray filly by Curlin out of Terra's Tango. EGL1 Racing owns, Amelia Green trains, Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings bred Fancy Footwork. $2.10 the winning mutual. Double $5.68, exacta $6.76. 50-cent trifecta $2.67. Dime super 70 cents. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes put Luis Perez in number 6 K Road. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 20 minutes.
in the paddock for race number 3, and there were some anxious moments there as looked like Slice Away, who hasn't even really shown any speed. It was a good job by Andre Worry taking the initiative, kind of a eventful start in that race, and Slice Away, good job by Andre getting everything he could trying to slow that pace down. It looked like Raylu had some anxious moments to get the horse up, but was able to do so as Fancy Footwork simply was better than those horses. And once she kicked in, blew right on by. Raylu Gutierrez for trainer Amelia Green. a little anxiety over a 1-9 shot there until the late stages. Never won 3 claimer for Fillies and Mares going 6 furlongs. And we'll look at, I'm looking on the outside. You got 2 horses for Ilke Kanamachi, and we also got Dana Saul's trainee, K Road. I thought all 3 of those had a legitimate chance to win this race, but most of the money early is on Sabby Sunset, and she did run well her first race over the track. She ran extremely well to be second. She was a clear second back to the rest of them, as she was facing so much tougher when she took the drop. Now she was off a little bit of a layoff, second race over the track, but first one back over the track for Sabby Sunset. You got to think that she should be very formidable in this race. The other from this stable is the 5 Troubler. Troubler is a legitimate horse in here too. They spent $250,000 for this one as a 2-year-old. The dam is a half to a horse that was a multiple stakes winner and was running against some tough competition at Oaklawn and at Churchill. By Instagram, out of a dam by Mr. Greeley, is probably why they paid so much money for this Kentucky bred. She certainly has her credentials. She broke her maid for 12.5, and they claimed her that day for 12.5. So you got a $250,000 horse for $12,000. So not a bad deal for Troubler. If she can come through with a victory in this spot, she's currently at odds of 9-1. K Road looked good breaking her maiden. That was her only race over the track. Under Chris Elliott, she kind of just sat on the inside and drew away in a pretty decent time, 105 and change. Found the Saratoga competition to be too tough. Now she arrives back here, and not even against allowance horses, but at a slightly reduced level at the 11-9. Well, I got a couple new faces in here, but other than that, she looks the best of the rest of them in here, at least in the sprint races. Horses like Gregorian Solo wants to go long. Shaman Princess takes a drop, she needs it, and Clara Vidente stays at the same level after running pretty well in the 2 Lifetime. The pace is going to be a factor here. There isn't a ton of speed in this race, so that's going to be the other question as far as who is the pace. Maybe World Bank may be a little more aggressive in race number 3. Well, that's my picks for this race. Went with a 7-5-6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3, and a pick 4. The midday pick 4 starts with this race.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. 3rd race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Clarividente and Nazario Alvarado. Number 2 went over there to the right. World Bank and Cabercoa. Number 3, Shaman Princess, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Gregorian Solo, Andre Worry. Number 5 is Troubler and Sylvester Gonzalez. Number 6, K Road, jockey change to Luis Perez. And number 7, Savvy Sunset, Eben Harkey, the rider. Post time in a few. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate, race 3, Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. Got a field of 7, and favorite at 7 to 5, number 7, Savvy Sunset. Second at this class level last time out. 5 to 2 on number 1, Clary Vidente, a winner. Gets non-winners at 2 lifetime. Now, obviously, in 4 non-winners of 3. In a logical step up in class. Shaman Princess in the House Blue Silks. Goes in no problem. Troubler. K Road and Savvy Sunset to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Savvy Sunset sending out for the lead. World Bank flashing early speed. Clarividente at the fence, now poking the head in front. Shaman Princess 3 wide third. Savvy Sunset 4 wide fourth. 2 lengths back. Troubler fifth to the outside of K Road. Those two about 6.5 off the lead. Then 5 lengths to the trailer. Gregorian Solo who trails. First quarter mile in a contested 22 2/5 onto the turn. Clarividente opens up by 2. Over World Bank in chase mode second. Savvy Sunset charges up 3 wide in third. Shaman Princess along the inside fourth, 4 off the lead. 2 lengths to K Road, and then it's Troubler, and at the back it's Gregorian Solo who's going wide, but is at least out of last as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Savvy Sunset and Clarividente, these two nip and tuck. World Bank races third. Gregorian Solo and K Road are on the outside fourth and fifth. 1 furlong to go. Savvy Sunset gets the measure of Clarividente. It's World Bank bearing down on the outside second. Deep stretch. Savvy Sunset leads by about a length over World Bank, who's lunging late. Savvy Sunset does enough to win. World Bank second, close for third. Clarividente or K Road. 7216, number 7, Sabby Sunset, first. 6 furlongs, 113.04. To the winner's circle, number 7, Sabby Sunset. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Maximus Mischief out of At First Spite. Ilke Cantor Macy and America's Pastime Stables, the ownership. Ilke Cantor Macy, the trainer. Hemon Harkey, the winning jockey. Everything's Cricket Racing. Bred Sabby Sunset. $6.02, the winning mutual. Double, $7.44. Exacta, $80.44. Trifecta, $56.83. Dime Super, $42.10. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts on race number 4. 24 minutes to race 4. Post time scheduled at 2:31 p.m. Track here at Finger Lakes is being sealed between races 3 and 4. Track being sealed between races 3 and 4.
we're getting ready for race number 4, and pretty good price on Sabby Sunset. She had to wear down Claire Viden, who had things kind of her way on the front end, but Sabby Sunset with a prolonged rally was much the best in there, and got the victory for Ilke Kadermachi, and that'll start off a pick 3. Also, the midday pick 4 started with the 3rd. Pretty wide open race here for the 4th. It's a never won 2 claimer going 6 furlongs. Seems like we're running this condition a lot, both boys and girls, but I liked Observer in here. Observer is dropping in class from the 11. Does have some tactical speed. Ran 4th behind Claire Vidente, who actually ran well earlier in the day. But now gets some class relief down to 5, and has had excuses. One of the things you can see, the last 3 starts, even the day that she won, she overcame trouble, but she couldn't overcome all the trouble she had a couple races ago, and then last time she caught a sloppy racetrack in a better field. So she drops down to 5. She figures to be awfully tough in this spot, at least to be in the top 3 with the class relief. Ring of the Rise could be on the front line here. She does have some good early speed. Maybe not that fast, but she showed some natural speed in the slop last time. She went 23 and 47. Just got caught by a better horse at the wire. But she stays at 5,000 off of the good effort. She really responded well to the drop after just not quite getting there at 11. Got to figure she's got a better chance today on the fast track, although we are starting to get a sprinkle here in the paddocks. She's actually a big price right now, I think, at odds of 6 to 1. Would expect her to go off a lot lower than that, especially with the lack of pace in here. The 2 on the blink, you can make a case for. She was a beaten favorite last time after looking good breaking her maiden. I think a lot of people came back with her because of how dominant she looked in her maiden victory. She didn't beat much that race. And this race actually came up tougher than her prior start, but maybe she could bounce back with a better effort. Does lose Koa, who opts to go to Observer, which is no surprise. The 1 is No Factor. Now, No Factor, possibly the inside speed of the race here. She's been running for 11, so she drops to 5, but she broke horribly last time over the sloppy racetrack after the 4th place finish. So No Factor should be a factor if she breaks better today and can hold the rail on her other speedy opponents. She's right now not getting much for play at odds of 13 to 1, but the class relief alone should help her chances. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with a 4th. You got 9 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is No Factor, Stephen Frett. Number 2, On the Blink, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Ring of the Rise, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Volamo, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Observer, Kaber Koa. Number 6, Meritude, Jackie Davis. Followed up by number 7, Out of the Cloud, and Carlos Camilo. And rounding out the field, number 8, Jay's Love, Chris Russell, the jockey. Post time in a few minutes. A simulcast note, Horseshoe Indy has canceled their races today. When I checked on X/Twitter, I was told there was a lot of lightning in the area. But Horseshoe Indy, not happening. If you hear the sound of my voice in simulcast land, there's still time, if you are a DRF.com member, to download free past performances for the Finger Lakes card. Still got over half the card to go. And it costs you nothing to download those PPs. And it's an online offer, obviously, only. Go to drf.com. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8. To go 6 furlongs. 6 to 5, number 5, Observer. Dropping down in claiming price. 2 to 1, number 3, Ring of the Rise. It just missed. Wind dropping down. Oh no, the 2 is all over the place. Jockey Raylu Gutierrez looks all right as he sprinted out of the way. They'll load on the blink without Gutierrez, who will climb aboard. Her in the gate. Ring of the Rise goes up and in. Volamo. Track was sealed between races 3 and 4. There's a threat of rain, even though not much has fallen, but you always want to be safe than sorry. Observer. Got Meritude in the house black silks, worn by Jackie Davis. Out of the Cloud and Jay's Love to the outside. They're all in the gate. Just got to get Jay's Love in tiny bit more. Now she's fully in. Let's go race here at Finger Lakes. Race 4, and they're off. Pretty good start. It's No Factor who rushes out for the early lead. Meritude on the far outside. Ring of the Rise, splitting rivals. On the blink is towards the fence. And then it's Observer who runs along in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2. Valamo's in sixth and a margin of 5 to Out of the Cloud is a length and a half in front of Jay's Love, who's at the tail of the field. Less than a half mile to go. No Factor first quarter, 23 and a fifth. No Factor taken on by Ring of the Rise. Meritude joins the fray outside third, a length and a half off the lead. Observer is in fourth and 4.5 off the pace. Valamo passes on the blink. Jay's Love's out of last. Out of the Cloud trails the field as they got a quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's No Factor who will lead this group into the stretch. Has the lead with a trio of immediate chasers. Ring of the Rise, red blinkers. Observers on the stand side. Meritude drops back in fourth, and then it's Jay's Love on the far outside. Jay's Love fourth, 4 lengths off the lead and closing in with each and every stride. 16th to go. Observer now powers to the front. Jay's Love on the extreme outside second, but cannot catch up with Observer. Observer wins. Jay's Love second. No Factor third. Out of the Cloud fourth. Five, 8, 1, 7. Number 5, Observer first. 6 furlongs, 113.68. To the winner's circle, number 5, Observer. New York bred, 4-year-old Duck Brown filly by Looking at Lucky out of Bedside Posse. TSP Enterprises owns. John Grabowski trains. Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Sugar Maple Farm bred Observer. Favorite pays $5.50 to win. Double $21.16. Exacta $41.26. Trifecta $65 even. Dime Super $105.80. Pick 3 $5.88. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Saratoga Banker. The 7, Can You Hear Me Running? The 8, Storm and Sammy. And number 10, Solo's Fury. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering, post time race 5 in about 22 minutes at 3:05 p.m. One final reminder that you can download free past performances of the Finger Lakes card for today if you are a member at drf.com. That's Daily Racing Forum's website. And if you are a member, and it's free to join, you can download free past performances for today's card.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5. Looking back at the 4th, yeah, that horse is just better than those. I was able to run them down. We'll start the we'll start the late pick 5. Fed not really much for big prices so far, but been very formful so far on this Tuesday or on this Wednesday. Now, we scratched the 2 Saratoga Banker out of this race. We scratched the 7, 8, and 10. So the race just changed pretty drastically. We do have the presence of Olathable, who went up in class as we were writing some tougher starters, the 12-5 starters. So now back to the $5,000 starters, and this is where this horse has made a living, right at the $5,000 spot. Now, has been going mostly long, but did win earlier in the year going 5 furlongs. Shows some speed. Might have enough early speed from the rail that he can hold the rail on Courageous Ola, who figures to be the early speed. Now, Olathable's got to carry 128 pounds, but it really is only 4 pounds more than his rivals. And 7-time winner last year, already a 3-time winner this year. I believe he'd be the first 4-time winner if he's able to be successful in this race. He's at odds of 4 to 5. If you're looking for some of the main contenders, how about the 9 Sutton Breeze? Sutton Breeze, the remaining, I'd say, half of the uncoupled stablemate. I really liked his stablemate. Can you hear me running? But that one's out. He was claimed for 5,000 and was put way up in class against the 30,000s. A lot tougher than here, and actually didn't run that badly. Last race just didn't fire at all, as the pace really didn't come back to him. But he didn't lose all that badly. So if he runs his best race, he was the one that was dominating the starter sprints early in the year last year. So he definitely has some potential, and he likes this distance with a 6-time winner at this distance. The 5 horse is Emerald Forest. Emerald Forest looked good winning last time after running second to Saratoga Banker. Now, he was the favorite last time, but the speed almost got away from him. Sharpez ran a good race on the front end and looked like he was going to get away, but Emerald Forest still able to chase him down. So this horse is going good. It's a little more of a class test today, as it's a little tougher than what he's been facing, but he's worth throwing in there, at least for tries and supers. We'll see how Olathable does in this race. He was one of the top winners last year with a 7-time winner. See if he can keep it going. Now dropping to face a little bit easier today. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and the late pick 4 starts to this race. Again, we scratched the 2 Saratoga Banker.
Coming on the track, race 5 from Finger Lakes, scratch 2, 7, 8, 10. Number 1 is Ola Sabel and Jeremiah's Flores. Number 3, Courageous Ola, Jackie Davis. Number 4, Nutsy, Nasario Alvarado. Number 5, Emerald Forest, Andre Worry. Number 6, Newport Bridge, Joel Cruz. There's the 9, Sutton Breeze and Luis Perez. And there's Newport Bridge and Joel Cruz. Post time in a few. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5½ furlongs. Even money on number 1, Ola Sabel. 2-1 on number 5, Emerald Forest. Fifth race starts the late pick 4 here at Finger Lakes. Two more left to load, Newport Bridge and Sutton Breeze. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Sutton Breeze from an outside post setting out for the lead. Ola Sabel's at the fence up into a joint second. Courageous Ola splitting rivals, and Courageous Ola Sabel first and second. Sutton Breeze outside third. Nutsy races fourth. Length and a half to Newport Bridge in fifth. Is to the outside of Emerald Forest at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Courageous Ola and Ola Sabel are first and second. At Sutton Breeze committed to go 3 wide on the turn. A half length off the lead. Now up into second. Ola Sabel is ridden along and now in third. 2 lengths back to Nutsy in fourth. Emerald Forest will have to negotiate some traffic to the inside of Nutsy fifth. Newport Bridge is at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Sutton Breeze takes over the lead. Courageous Ola is in second. Ola Sabel switches to the outside, and then it's Nutsy and Emerald Forest. 1 furlong to go. Sutton Breeze on top. Nutsy's on the outside. Ola Sabel now has nowhere to go. Goes over to the 2 path. 16th to go. It's Nutsy now forging to the front. Nutsy and Sutton Breeze. Nutsy wins over Sutton Breeze. Then it was Ola Sabel and Emerald Forest. Number 4, Nutsy first. Second, number 9, Sutton Breeze. Third, number 1, Ola Sabel. Fourth, number 5, Emerald Forest. 4915. In race 5, 5½ furlongs, 106.11. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Nutsy. Kentucky bred. 8-year-old duck run gelding by Exaggerator at a Special Dream. Ilmar Loaiza, owner trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. $27.24 the winning mutual, double $82.64, exacta $144.56. Trifecta $109.55. Super $34.78. Pick 3 $86.69. Pick 5 5 of 5 $372.15. 6 race Finger Lakes, scratch the 7, stop the spread. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time race 6 in 22 minutes at 3:37 p.m.
All right, we're coming up on race number 6. Got an upset. First long shot we've had today. Nutsy. The horse is very consistent as far as his late run. Just got to have really the pace come back to him for him to win at 5.5, and that's exactly what happened today. As Old Thabo, some poor tactics there. Courageous Ola also with some speed, but it kind of set up for Nutsy, who came rolling late under Naz Alvarado for owner-trainer Ilmar Loaiza. They'll start off the late pick 4. We go to the 6. It's an 11-9 claimer going a mile and a 16th. Pretty wide open group here. I like this race as far as a good betting race. We scratched the 7, stop the spread. That does take out some of the speed, as 30 Oysters, the one horse, is now the true speed of the race from the rail. Unfortunately, you got a closer in here. The 3 Wild Banker, at least we've seen horses close from off the pace today. That's one thing that we didn't see yesterday. The horses that rallied, I think speed was something like 6 for 8 on yesterday's card. Not the case today. It's been a pretty fair track. Wild Banker, though, just kind of ran evenly last time. I'm going to give him one more chance. I know he has a 1 at the distance, but he's run against so much tougher during his career and now moves to the 11-9 claimer. I mean, there's only one more stop, and that's dropping down to 5, but he's last year, if they ran this race, he would be a big favorite in here. He's got that kind of talent. He just needs to run his race. And maybe today's the day for Wild Banker. He's going to be a little bit of a price in here. Right now, you can't really see that with the rain here. Actually, he's getting bet a lot. He's the favorite on the board as we speak. Now, other horses to consider. Oh, actually, it's the 8 that's the favorite. He's at 12-1. The 8-horse Ice Time is the one that's getting all the early play right now. Ice Time's an interesting one to figure, though. He's up in class, but maybe he's this good. The horse is getting better with every start. Since being claimed, he's won 2 in a row and beat a pretty good one, a heavy favorite in Catch the Smoke last time. Now, this is a tougher task here, stepping up in class to face the 11-9s after running against 5, and he doesn't deserve to be a real short price, but he is one of the contenders based on how sharp he is right now. As far as an underneath horse, that's the 6 Big Rich. Big Rich fires every time. He hits the board every time at the 11-9 level, the starter level. Just found the allowance a little too tough last time, and the speed didn't really back up either. So Big Rich gets a fast track today, unless we get a little more rain, and he's just a good horse to use underneath. Well, Fiery Heart, you could say the same. Fiery Heart, though, does have a nose for the wire. If you get a stretch duel with him, he's an 11-time winner. He was up for Horse of the Year just a couple of years ago, and now he's been running for 5 and for 11. But this seems like the right spot for him. When he's running for 11, he's hitting the board. The right kind of trip could get him to the winner's circle. It's a pretty wide open group, so this is a nice race, a nice betting race, especially with all the money on Ice Time, who's coming up in class, so that one actually should be a little bit more of a long shot. Could be a tricky race here in the race number 6. We're going to start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
On the track for race 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 7. Number 1 is 30 Oysters and Carlos Camilo. Number 2, Globes, Joel Cruz up. Number 3, Wild Banker, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Raw Courage, GM Rahina. Number 5 is Fiery Heart and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Big Rich, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 8, Ice Time, Andre Worry. And number 9, Rockstar Rebel, Luis Perez, partners up. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, a mile and a 16th. Even money favorite number 8, Ice Time. Loading up race 6. Fiery Heart, Big Rich, Ice Time, and Rockstar Rebel. They're all in the gate and they're off. It's Raw Courage and 30 Oysters, as well as Globes, going out for the lead. Rockstar Rebel tries to get over from an outside post and will be able to do so if he wants to in 4th. Wild Banker races 5th. Fiery Heart to the inside of Big Rich. And Ice Time saves ground at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, 30 Oysters has a lead by 3 parts of a length. Globes harassing outside second. Raw Courage tracks in third. Wild Bankers settles in fourth. Half-length Rockstar Rebel mid-flight in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Big Rich, who's about a half length in front of Ice Time, and Fiery Hearts now at the tail of the field. First quarter, 24 seconds up the backstretch. 30 Oysters and Globes almost on even terms. Raw Courage, Yellow Cap stalks in third. Wild Banker races in fourth. Rockstar Rebels in fifth. A half in 48 and a fifth. Sixth place, Ice Time, 7.5 lengths off the lead to the inside of Big Rich, and 2 lengths to Fiery Heart, who's at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go in this race, and it's Globes who takes over from 30 Oysters. Raw Courage takes a crack at Globes on the outside in second. Rockstar Rebels in fourth, and 5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Wild Banker. Ice Time is under pressure in between horses. Big Rich goes wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. It's Globes the first to face us. Raw Courage is in second. A few more lengths back to Wild Banker, Rockstar Rebel, among others. Inside the final furlong, it's Globes. Globes has a lead by 7 lengths over Raw Courage, and Globes is going to win this race. Globes by 6. Raw Courage second. Close for third, Fiery Heart or Rockstar Rebel. Two, 4, 5, 9. Number 2, Globes, was first. Mile 16th at 145.91. $7.04 the winning mutual. Pick 4, $456.58. Double, $150.94. Exacta, $100.08. Super, $151.77. Trifecta, $108.27. In the winner's circle, number 2, Globes. Florida bred. 7-year-old dark brown gelding by Brethren out of Pink Poppy. Lima Horse Racing owns. Ilmar Loiza trains. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Arundel bred Globes. 2 wins on the card for trainer Ilmar Loiza. Seventh race from Finger Lakes, put Luis Perez at number 6, Ielfgar. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time race 7, about 20 minutes at 4:09 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. I said that was an upset, but they certainly attracted a lot of play. Did Globes going off at odds of 5-2, good early speed, but mostly a synthetic horse. That was only his second win on the dirt, but he has been facing some tough competition. Was able to get out there with 30 Oysters, take over before Raw Courage could get going to chase him home, and Globes gets the victory. That's 2 wins in a row for trainer Ilmar Loaiza. Congratulations to him, as both pretty decent price. Well, Nutsy was the big price. Nutsy was out as a 10-1. That one at odds of 5-2. Joel Cruz in cruise control getting the victory in race number 6. All right, 7th race, an allowance race. Non-winners of a state bred going a distance of a mile. Another competitive heat here. I did lean towards the 7, As You Chase Me, for Torelli and the Niz. This one was claimed for 11. They took the horse to Saratoga in his next start and actually didn't run that badly. He took a right turn at the start, kind of just chased the whole way, and just kind of held his position going a mile. Tried a mile last time and was wide in that race. Still ran a pretty good second behind a horse that's really sharp right now in Freesdale on the sloppy racetrack. So we are getting a little sprinkle right now. If the rain does come down a little more, that actually steps up As You Chase Me even more, a horse that's never missed the board on and off track. Well, right now he's one of the horses getting some play right now, and right now he is odds of 7-2. So looking at the other horse that's going to get a lot of play, and that's the 5 Styler Starship. Now he's going to have to deal with the outside horse, Brown Don't Stop, who shows a lot of early speed, but hasn't had much for competitive activity. He's been off for a little while now, and comes back off the layoff. He had success here, though, in the past, to say the least. Brown Don't Stop is a perfect 3 for 3 at Finger Lakes. Now, I didn't use him today because of the layoff and because of the lack of activity since last year. But, looking at him, if he does run his race, obviously he's got to deal with Skylar Starship. I'm not sure if he could clear him, but he certainly has had success here at Finger Lakes. But Skylar Starship is going to have to deal with him. Skylar Starship's coming off a pretty good performance, horse by Mendelssohn, after a good second in the 1 state bred. So he's a logical horse, but it depends on how this pace flow goes early at this mile distance with the presence of the undefeated Finger Lakes Brown Don't Stop. The 6 horses Alfgar, who could really take advantage here if the pace is hot early. Watch for this one to be back far early, but making a run. And if they go pretty quick in the early stages of this race, it may make the speed vulnerable for the late closer, Alfgar. Getting a little thunder now, so there's a possibility of a storm here, which really could change the track condition. Let's see if we have a little bit of a delay going on because of that. So those are the main contenders in race number 7. Kind of keeping an eye on the weather here as they're about to go on the track. Exacta, Try, and Super available here, as well as the final double of the day.
Coming on the track, race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Interstate and Jeremias Flores. Number 2 is Prophetic, Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Cruising Cat, Sofia Vives. Number 4, Resuli, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Skylar Starship, Caber Coa. Number 6, Ielfgar, Luis Pena. Or Luis Perez, excuse me, my bad. That's my mistake. Luis Perez on the 6, Ielfgar. Number 7, As You Chase Me, Stephen Frett. And number 8 is Brown, Don't Stop, Joel Cruz, the rider. Post time, race 7 in just a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Loading up for race number 7. 7-5 at number 5, Skylar Starship. 9-5, number 7, As You Chase Me. Skylar Starship going up. Ielfgar and Luis Perez, the jockey change. As You Chase Me and Brown Don't Stop. As You Chase Me and Brown Don't Stop. The last two to come forward. Brown Don't Stop to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Skylar Starship, Brown Don't Stop, and Cruising Cat all sending out for the early lead. And then it's Prophetic and Raisuli. Raisuli in some tight quarters. As You Chase Me is 3 wide as Raisuli had the check. Interstate is in a ground-saving mode towards the rail and about 4 lengths off the lead in 5th. Prophetic 6th. Then Raisuli 7th and a length back to Ielfgar, who's in the 8th and trailing position. 6 furlongs to go, and they transition to the backstretch. Skylar Starship denies Brown Don't Stop the early lead. They're clear by 3. As You Chase Me races in 3rd. Cruising Cat towards the inside in 4th. Length and a half Prophetic. Green blinkers 5th. Interstate red blinkers towards the inside in 6th. About 6.5, 7 off the lead. And then a space of about 5 lengths to Ielfgar to the inside of Raisuli. The half in 48 seconds flat as they make the entry into the far turn. Skylar Starship and Brown Don't Stop. These two continue to spar for the lead, and Brown Don't Stop takes over the lead on the turn. As You Chase Me draws closer 3rd, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 6 to Prophetic to the outside of Interstate 4th and 5th. Ielfgar's in 6th, but at least 12 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. Brown Don't Stop comes off the turn, leading by 4. Skylar Starship, As You Chase Me outside 2nd and 3rd. Prophetic a distant 4th. 1 furlong to go. Brown Don't Stop digs it along the inside, but it's As You Chase Me. As You Chase Me passing. Brown Don't Stop inside the 16th pole. As You Chase Me victorious over Brown Don't Stop. 3rd, Skylar Starship. 4th, Prophetic. Seven, 8, 5, 2. As You Chase Me first. Time for the mile, 139.94. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, As You Chase Me. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown getting by Sharp Azteca out of Girl About Town. Dale Icaboni, the owner. Stacy Torelli's the trainer. Stephen Frett, the winning jockey. It's official. $8.62 the winning mutual on As You Chase Me. Double $20.26. Super $51.76. Exacta $81.42. Trifecta $42.40. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, win place show wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 19 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card and the racing week. Just a reminder, we are dark the rest of the week. Next live day will be Monday with a 12:55 first post. We got a full week of racing next week, Monday through Wednesday. So we just carded Wednesday's racing. As we look at the last, we're going to conclude the racing with this race. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. Seems like a race that you got a couple drop downs in here, and they seem to have an advantage because both of them, it's a pretty soft group. I mean, Funny Forecast drops from 11, and then you got My Divine One, who is making a big drop after running against competition in New York and at Saratoga. Well, I'll start with Funny Forecast. The numbers aren't great. They aren't the fastest races for 11 to 9 that she comes out of, but they are better than what she's going to face today as she comes off a third place finish and she draws the rail. Has to go a little further than last time, 6 furlongs, but she's coming off 2 straight third place finishes against 11. That automatically makes her a contender against the 5,000s. She should be awfully tough in here and is getting some action. And then there's the 5, My Divine One. My Divine One running against tougher maiden claimers in New York, as mentioned, and not that badly beaten in a few of those races. Was claimed for 25 and has kind of stayed around in those maiden claimers. It just seems like maybe she's needed the drop with her numbers because she's just above the buyer par for the race. But the drop has got to help, and sometimes these horses, they just wake up and respond in a big way when they drop to the bottom. So an obvious contender is My Divine One, and this trainer already has a win on today's card. Look at some of the other contenders. Crystal has had too many chances for me to like on top, but certainly a horse that you would use in tries as supers in this race. He's 0 for 31, or she's been a maiden for a long time, but she's got 10 seconds. Talk about a glass half full, glass half empty, and her numbers really fit here. I'd almost say if she only had a few starts, not 31 starts, I might have considered picking her on top. But she's had so many chances. She's been in situations where she looked like she was the winner and just didn't do so. But she's been close from time to time, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if she was able to break through here and get the victory. Again, just another one that you have to consider using in today's last race. There is one first-time starter in here. It's the 4, Frosty Smile. Wants to go, according to the breeding, wants to go further than this. This is the third foal out of the dam. The other two haven't done so well. They're only 1 for 14 between the two of them. But this one comes from some good breeding when you consider all of those smiles, like Drosselmeyer Smile, Atlantic Smile, are all halves to this Arches Smile. And the works are a little bit on the slow side, so maybe that's why the horse is starting at the bottom level. But when you get past the top 2 or 3 horses that are in here, not a lot to like in this race. That Frosty Smile might be one to consider, at least throwing in there in the last race. Just hard to like anybody else once you get past the drop downs in today's finale. Those are some of the contenders for the last race on today's card. Exacta Try and Super offered in race number 8.
Coming on the track, 8th race, 8th and final. Number 1 is Funny Forecast and Andre Worry. Number 2 is Crystal and Asario Alvarado. Number 3 is My Gorgeous, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Frosty's Smile, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, My Divine One, and Dioko Murgia, the jockey. Number 6, Pucker Power, Carlos Camilo. Number 7, Lady of Murcia, Jackie Davis. Number 8 is Frosty Karina, Chris Russell. And number 9 is Only Let Us and Kevin Navarro. Post time in just a few minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go. 6 furlongs, maiden claimers, fillies, and mares. 8 to 5, number 1, Funny Forecast. 2 to 1, number 5, My Divine One. 7 to 2 on Crystal. Sario Alvarado aboard, who does have a win on the day. My Gorgeous goes in. Frosty's Smile. They'll open the front of the gate for Frosty's Smile. First time starter to coax her into the gate. Pucker Power. Two out. One left to load, only Ladus. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a pretty competitive start. Lydia Mercia sending out for the front end. My Gorgeous. Pucker Power in between horses third. Crystal towards the inside in fourth. A length back to Frosty Karina outside in fifth. And in sixth, that's Frosty Smile. 2 lengths back to Funny Forecast, who wants off the inside, taking My Divine One out wide with only Ladus. It seems to be a little bit of an issue there at Funny Forecast for a few strides near the back of the pack. On to the turn. It's My Gorgeous, the one to catch. Crystal in pursuit in second. Lady of Mercia threatening on the outside in third. Pucker Power drops back in fourth. My Divine One now towards the inside in fifth. Into fourth now is My Divine One. 4 lengths off the lead. And then in sixth place, that is Frosty Karina, followed up by Frosty Smile as they turn into the stretch. Lady of Mercia wide on the course but has the lead. Crystal's in second. And then it's My Gorgeous who is in third. My Divine One now up into the third spot, but 7 lengths off the lead. Lady of Mercia has the lead with the final 16th to go. The lead's 5 lengths. The battle for second, Funny Forecast, only Ladus, but it's Lady of Mercia who will prevail. Funny Forecast second, third only Ladus, fourth My Divine One. 7195 in the nightcap. Stewart's supposed to the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the actions of the one funny forecast up the backstretch. No change. Lady of Mercia, New York bred. 4-year-old bay filly by Leo Frick out of Tactful Susan. Luis Diaz Rivera, the owner. Leah Reche, the trainer. Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Purebred Funding, bred Lady of Mercia. 22-1 upset in the 8th and final for Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs and 114.89. $46.54, the Winnie Mutual, double $222.90, exacta $230.20, trifecta $219.70. Super $120 2 cents. Pick 3 $349.61. Pick 4 4 of 4 $4,166.24. Pick 5 carryover $15,530.76. And that will go into the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday, first post 12:55. Program should be available pretty soon for download for that Monday card to attack that pick 5 carryover of over $15,000. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.